Good afternoon. We did a little vote on Facebook for what walk we should do next, and what won was the London Canal Loop. Not an actual walk, just one I've made up from bits of canal from watching great canal journeys on Channel 4, which I'd highly recommend. So we are here at Limehouse Basin. Over there is Limehouse Ship Lock, which is the link in from the Thames, and where we'll be ending this loop in a number of weeks' time. But we're going to walk round this way up to the Regent's Canal and start heading up from the river round into London. And really quickly, straight away, we've hit our first lock. Apparently, Commercial Road lock number 12. Like that, to conserve water, please close top gates after use. Nope. I know when lots of people do videos by canals, the feeling is that you have to give all the history and dates and information, and I have none of that. So if you want that, I'm sure there's plenty of other places you can go to find it. I would recommend Channel 4's Great Canal Journeys. I'll find a link to the episode and put it in the description, where they go round some of these London canals. As anyone who's spent time on canals will tell you, they do feel like a different world, separate from the world above, the hustle and bustle of the everyday life. So at various points through this, I will probably defer to a Google Earth overview to give some sort of idea of where in London we are. God, that's windy.
It is very windy.
Canals also aren't very deep. How far is that? Oh, you can see the bottom. There you go. This is very, very shallow at the edge here. But actually, that's probably deep enough for a lot of narrowboats. Don't know what the draft of a narrowboat actually is. And just like that, we hit a second lock.
Not an SFP, or should I? That's quite a cool boat.
Do you think this is a genuine Viking longship?
I think it's genuine Viking narrowboat. Yeah.
That's not a narrowboat, that's definitely a wide beam. This boat's looking a little bit sad, but it might just be a work boat.
That's more my size.
Kerry size boat. Called Bumble Lion. You can see where these locks used to be double locks, and the left hand sides have been all blocked in on them. So I'm guessing they were double locks when the canal was in commercial use, and now it's pretty much just used for pleasure and residential use. They've decided to reduce all these to single wide locks to reduce the maintenance costs, I'd guess. Again, toll gate's not closed. Okay, having said that, Viking boat was definitely a wide beam. That is definitely a wide beam. That's probably heading up to about the maximum width you can have on these canals, because otherwise your movement gets limited by the width of the locks. Shame about the engine fumes from their generator. I have this theory that every one of our river or canal walks must involve at least one pair of swans. But I am also aware that that's probably just a combination of the law of large numbers applying to swans and a bit of confirmation bias. The countryside canals have their own classic sort of countryside charm, but the city canals have a different sort of slightly more graffiti heavy charm, but still a charm of their own. Slightly more pigeon heavy as well. Probably art of some sort.
Yeah.
I think we're starting to get into the sort of bohemian Islington Angel sort of area. We've got little weird riverside things and some artists and whatever Containerville is.
That does not exist. That's Maria, they said actually right in the centre about
That's
Yeah,
quite, that's how someone's like.
Someone's narrowboat garden.
Yeah.
I know there are places online where you can sort of put up your kitchen for hosting sort of small dinner parties and things.
Yeah.
Maybe that's one of those.
Maybe, but it's quite cute. I like that.
Okay.
Lots of gongoozlers, including us. Seems to be a chap swimming in the lock for some reason. That looks dangerous.
He lost his windlass.
Oof. This guy dropped his windlass in the lock and had to dive in to fetch it out. That sounds fun.
But he showed his windlass and when I've got it.
Yeah, I did. I thought it best for some food. What did you have? There's like some wrap foods.
This canoe appears to be called Kanga. I was looking for Roo, but if anything, Kanga would have to be the main boat and Roo would have to be the canoe, wouldn't it?
For sale, 27.
You could handle that one, we call it Little Gem.
Yeah.
Not too big a boat.
No. Quite nice.
The mooring probably costs as much as the boat does as well up here. I was going to say these are some very modern looking flats, but I'm not entirely sure they are anymore. The ones in front. They're very modern for a few years ago when they were built. I'm not so sure they look particularly modern anymore. They look a bit almost sort of retro now. This building is Anti-Pavilion, which is, I think, a sort of almost like a rebel art gallery. And I was hoping to see the Hackney Sharks here, which CGP Grey did a video about relatively recently. And I thought we were going to be disappointed, but inside that yellow Kinder Surprise egg over there, I can actually just see one of the sharks in there. Have a look at the video linked up here for more information about them. Not sure whose house. Compared to the River Way, which is almost deserted when we walked it, the towpath here flips between being relatively quiet and then just insanely busy for a couple of minutes and then goes a bit quiet again, depending where you are.
We could actually go there.
We've got two boats travelling tied together up here by the looks of it.
Okay, walk us on the canal. So we've got to get out. Why can we not go through the lock? Sorry. Yeah, we can. I want to go through the lock.
I don't think you can go through a lock in an inflatable boat. Well, I think you can. I don't think you're supposed to. I said it was two boats travelling in tandem. Turns out it's a powered boat and an unpowered butty with gas, diesel, coal, wood, general canal boat supplies. And a lovely dog on his throne on top. Someone here with some strong political opinions. I'm going to blur that first word, I think. A pirate boat here. This looks like a wedding party, doesn't it? Homemade jam, art gallery and cinema. I recognise this from Great Canal Journeys. This is where Tim left Prue at that lock over there and went for a jaunt off down that arm to try and find something.
I'm sure we're meant to be going down there.
What is he doing?
And also down that arm, down there somewhere at the Islington Boat Club, is where the Sharks' home was until recently, when they were ordered to be moved on. And they went back to the sad state we saw them in earlier. Well, the towpath ends here, and there is Islington Tunnel. So we're going to have to go up and over the top, up along what I assume is Islington High Street. So it feels like it might be time for another montage. That's clever, there's pavement markers saying that you can follow to get to the other end of the tunnel. The overworld, where even though there's a load of people down in the canal world, up here it just feels an awful lot more hectic. Aha! Found one. Back down this slope, and then we make it to the other end of the tunnel. This is the other portal, and on that side you've got residential moorings, so these are boats that people live in every day. We were recommended to go see the Canal Museum by a lady from the Canal and River Trust, so we might have to come back and do that on a different day. Floating bookshop. Just don't knock any of the books off the table.
What I hadn't realised at this point was just how close we were to King's Cross St Pancras station. The main line into King's Cross passes in a tunnel just below our feet, and the station building is mere metres away from the far side of the canal. St Pancras station is just around the corner, and what I will later describe as the main line out of King's Cross is actually the main line out of St Pancras, but again will be much closer to the actual station than I realised.
It's what appears to be maybe a set of train signals. Not really sure. Some forms of art on top of this building. I don't really know why. It's the Lighterman bar, which must relate to that somehow. But if it does, I don't know how. Ooh, trip boat. This is Coal Drops Yard, now a shopping centre, but would have originally been a place where canal boats would have come in and unloaded coal for the city. It's quite different now. Kicking off on that party boat. You get an interesting sort of little wetland reserve in the blocked off lock as well. Weed thick enough that the birds can walk on it and nest and try and have a sleep in the reeds through the noise of the party boat. And there's the main railway line out of King's Cross Station. Mike Wazowski.
Ja wolałam sobie chodzić z dziewczynami.
Do you think that building's designed to look a little bit like a boat?
Yeah, that's right.
With the porthole windows. I think this is another one of those buildings that was built to look futuristic and now looks sort of future retro. Like something out of an early episode of Tomorrow's World. This lock's been fenced in to protect us from it. This lock's obviously been savaging passing walkers. We've come on a little flight of locks here because as soon as you're out of this one, the next one's already in sight just up there. Hit Camden, which is a sort of anti-culture area where you get all sort of alternative things going on. I was going to stop here, but seeing as that was lock 2 and there's just one more lock to go, I'm going to make past me a liar when I said we won't do all the locks today, and we're just going to go up to here, do lock 1, and then we'll finish the walk there for today, and we will come back and carry on from this point and go another 10k along the canal in the next video. That's a proper metal canal bridge there. And this lock appears to actually be a double lock. Or if they just kept one of the sets of gates for artistic reasons. So we're back at Lock 1, Hampstead Road Lock on the Regent's Canal, back at Camden Market, and we're going to be carrying on up that way. It's about another 10k, a few interesting things to see. Don't think there's any locks left on this next stretch of the canal, but we'll start heading up there.
this is not. This morning was such a... But I just...
It's going to hit end.
Very sleek, modern windows on this one. So this lovely little bit of green in London, which there are a few. This particular one, this is the ZSL London Zoo, Zoological Society of London, London Zoo, which is on both sides of us here. So there's various buildings and enclosures up there. And on this side, there's other buildings and enclosures over here. And in a sec we'll be coming across a massive great big aviary that's right next to the canal. It looks like they do boat tours. Hey there mateys, you're passing by ZSL London Zoo. Be sure to give our African hunting dogs a wave. I like that sign. Do not moor when beacon is flashing. Animal escape procedure in operation. Yeah, alright. I think I'd give that a miss if it was that beacon was flashing. Unless birds particularly like scaffolding, it looks like the aviary is undergoing a dramatic repair, reconstruction, replacement, something. But I can hear lots of birds in whatever that is over there. Or maybe that's just a substation. I think that's just wild birds. I don't think that's a cage, I think that's just wild birds. Oh no, there's the dog, the hunting dogs, look there.
Oh yeah.
Going for a little run up and down. And the aviary looking a little bit building sitey. Coming back again, at least one of them is. Playing a game of follow the leader, which to be fair is what pack animals do. Nice sized enclosure though. So there might be some magnet fishing going on up there. Chucking magnets in the river to pull out any stray bits of metal and then sell them to a scrap dealer, I think. Without locks as way markers, the alternative is to follow your track in the guidebooks, the canal guidebooks, is the bridge numbers. This one is bridge number 8. I don't know which direction we're going in or where counting the bridges started, but given the lock numbers are going downwards, I'd suggest we have 7 more bridges to go before we hit the end of the Regent's Canal, which is when we reach Little Venice. Just some small houses with some, tiny little London-sized gardens. It's a J. Blue jay, I think. Must be near a relatively large station. It's a bit trainy. We appear to be blocked by a gate. Although, weekends and bank holidays should be open between 9 and 6. But it looks like there's some work going on up there. There's a lot of sort of container boats and crane boats and such. So I think we're going to have to find a different way up. Back past the second off the Magnet Fisherman. It's easy if we're in a boat, we could just carry on.
Yeah, I did think maybe we should do one actually on a boat. That would be quite cool. I'd enjoy that one.
What, no walking?
Well, some and some maybe.
Can't really see much more down the canal. It's a very wobbly bridge. Looking from up here a bit further around the corner, I'm not entirely sure it is works. I think that just happens to be a few working boats storage, and then further up there you've just got what's probably long-term residential moorings. So, no idea why that's closed, but we probably just can't be bothered to open it up anymore. So we'll carry on down here and see where we end up. We're now on the other side of the canal. In the gardens of these flats here, looks like someone's made some narrowboat planters, which is kind of cool. It's quite difficult to get a good view of it from up here, but just over there, the canal disappears into tunnel under that building and disappears into Maida Hill Tunnel. It's a much shorter tunnel than the Islington Tunnel?
I want to say that.
Islington Tunnel that we went over the top of last time, which is quite a walk. This one should actually be really quite a short walk, and then we'll be very close to Wandsworth by the time we get to this. Turns out I was a little bit eager, we're not quite there yet. Here's the other end of that footpath that was closed, and this is the building that the canal goes under. And it pops out again just over there, so all this bit was just a bridge under the road. So try not to get run over. And Maida Tunnel is a little way further on, so we'll carry on along this elevated footpath over here. And we'll find the actual tunnel in a minute. So that was a much shorter tunnel than this. It's just a little tunnel. Although, we must be getting near the end, because that is bridge number 2. So we must be very near. Maida Tunnel is presumably bridge number 1. Or the tunnels and bridges count differently. I don't know. Ah, here's Maida Tunnel. It's got the one, the proper. You're approaching a tunnel. Here's all the information you need to know: length, how many boats can fit in it at once, all that information. So that's the east portal of Maida Hill Tunnel, and we'll go find the other side, which I think is a relatively simple footpath. Then spotted whatever that blue gantry is. I think it's the mains cables in a sort of blue box. This bit of the canal is a bit unfriendly to walkers. You sort of can't quite walk along the canal, it's all separated away. Do you reckon we can get down these stairs to the canal side there? Or do you reckon that's private moorings?
No, it's not.
That looks very much locked to me.
Looks locked.
It would be nice to get down there and see the tunnel entrance, but it looks just a little bit locked. But anyway, we're now going to go up over the top of the tunnel, which is a much shorter one than last time. So in a couple of minutes we'll be at the other end. And just like that, we're pretty much there. Underneath that cafe over there is the West Portal. Again here, the towpath is private moorings again, but actually down here you've got moorings down both sides of the canal, so we'll come back to it. Just down there under that blue bridge, I think that's Little Venice, so we'll be there in a couple of minutes to have a bit of a look around. Rather bold boat, but yeah, nice deck on top to sit out on. Back down there's Maida Hill Tunnel. You might just be able to see a boat coming out with its lights on. This is bridge number 1. This is the end of the Regent's Canal. Here the Regent's Canal joins on to the Hertford Union Canal. Again, you have Paddington Arm, I think. So the Grand Union Canal Paddington branch, you go from Paddington Basin down there, goes past here, up behind the theatre boats, and goes off up in that direction.
I like trying to say to my staff, like,
So that way is where we came from. Up that way is the Paddington Canal Basin that we might come and do another time. We're not going to do that today. We've got enough walking to do just carrying on along the canal. And then going underneath us here, and popping out on the other side of the road, is the Grand Union Canal.
instead of just taking, yeah, is that a lot you said a lot before?
And we've got here some remnants of some canal gates where that would have been a stop lock, because when all the canals were owned by different companies, they'd get pretty protective over stopping them from stealing each other's water, so they could keep their canal closed and only let some water through when a boat wanted to go through. I think we actually want to be down there. So we'll go back over the bridge and go under. Oh, there's little vents. I said there's remnants of gates. I think there might actually just be gates down there, although probably in pretty poor condition that don't actually close anymore. There's more underneath here that I'm not going to try and film, because I will drop my phone in the water. Oh, it's a chippy boat.
Yeah, how about this one?
That's cool. Is it? Or is it? That's pretty good.
Let's take that.
It is hard work. It just feels like hard work. Yeah.
Some of the houseboats on the far side just look like a porter cabin stuck on a barge. Not quite as bad as some of the houseboats. Where is it? Where they just look like a house stuck on a boat. Up by Hampton Court, I think.
I think they are literally houseboats. I don't think they're like narrow boats.
This one at the end, this one's got the right idea. I don't think this boat is actually capable of moving from its location with that height, but you've actually got a sort of two-storey home with sun deck on the canal, which seems nice. This mural was made from litter by the Stowe Youth Club and artist Kevin Hillehy. How do you pronounce that? Hillehy. That's quite cool. There's more wigs. Or bits of fishing net. Or bits of rope. I love these industrial looking covered bridges. Part of me always wants to know what's in there. But given that it doesn't seem to actually go anywhere at this end, I'm almost certain it's just going to be pipes and cables and nothing particularly interesting. Yeah, it's just pipes and cables. Shame we can't see the rest of the painting of the heron. Hidden behind a rusty old barge. You always get shown this on canal programmes, these edges of the bridges here, where when boats were horse-drawn, the ropes of the boats went around these pillars on bridges and bends and just cut these massive gouges into the stone. It's quite cool. Here we get intruded on by a massive main road bridge. It's a bit ugly from underneath. Mind you, that boat up there has a mast that's taller than the bridges. Well, this one seems to be just advertising Canal Festival. But it may also be a bar / stage. It's got a nice big decking on top. And just next to it is this one with the massive, great big mast. Which appears to be a canal sailboat. But also has the diesel engine. As I say, I can't imagine them being able to use the sails to get very far along the canal. These gardens are called Meanwhile Gardens. Looks like they've got a skate park over there. But despite the tunnel we were at earlier being Maida Hill Tunnel, this is now actually the Maida Hill area of London. And that was a different area of London, but these things get names a long time ago. Especially given how far back the canals go. This is the skate ramp, skate park. None of these belong to the flats or the houses, but got 3 or 4 little nice offside moorings over there. I think it's 4, and one of them's sort of been turned into a whole little house garden, sort of blocked in permanent boat. But then I do wonder how many boats on London's canals do ever actually move, and how many of them are just pretty much permanently moored and a slightly cheaper way for people to live in London than paying massive amounts of rent for a flat or an apartment.
It builds really capacity in a genuine way.
And here's what this massive chimney was. Nope, no signs. I'm gonna wander in there in case it's private. It's a bit of a brightly coloured boat, this one.
It's quite nice though.
Seems to have been a bit of an issue with the tree here. But makes a nice perch for birds. It's supposed to be Bridge 4AB. So between Bridge 4A and Bridge 4B? Who knows? Let's see what we're going over. I assume what would have been an arm of the canal going into some warehouse at some point. Just as they've reduced the width of the canal under this bridge to make you slow down. Keep you clear of the moored boats. See if we can see what was under here without falling in. Yeah, it looks like it used to be an arm going off, probably into a factory or a warehouse or something. Looks like we may have found a railway depot over here.
They can stay here through winter.
If you've got a winter permit, there are certain areas if you're a continuous cruiser, you can get a winter permit to stay still for winter, because a lot of bits of canal close. They maintain locks and other structures during winter, so a lot of the time you can quite easily get stuck in a bit of canal anyway. So they allow, the Canal just allow continuous cruisers to moor up in certain places for the duration of winter.
But that's why I thought, because I saw that.
To be honest, I can't fault them on that statement. They're definitely here. Well, we were supposed to be going further today, but due to various technical issues and other factors, we're going to cut today's journey short at Bridge 6 here. Just because this happens to be near where we have parked the car at Wormwood Scrubs. So we are going to end this one here. And in the next video, we will pick up from here and carry on in that direction under the railway line and continue along the Grand Union Canal and do another 10k ish. For now, we're going to go up here and go do a boring walk down a bit of road. One interesting non-canal thing we found out on here is that Wormwood Scrubs, as well as being a prison, which is probably the first thing that comes to most people's minds when you mention Wormwood Scrubs, it's also a rather nice, open, 200 acres of nice green space in London. It also has on site the Linford Christie Outdoor Sports Stadium, and yes, the prison is just on the edge of Wormwood Scrubs Nature Reserve, but it's a quite nice area. Lots of football pitches and cricket squares, and just a lovely place for the local residents to use for dog walking, child wearing out. And we're back again on the Grand Union Canal Paddington branch. Picking up from where we left off last time, and we're going to carry on walking along here as we continue this London Canal Loop. Just over the wall here is an awful lot of railway, but we don't like railway because it killed off the canal, so we're going to ignore that and carry on along the canal. We'll leave some other people to do YouTube videos on railways. Actually, to be fair, they killed off the commercial use of the canals, but thanks to a lot of intrepid people, we've managed to keep the canals now as just mainly a pleasure pursuit, and a little bit of the canal industry survives. The fuel boat we saw on the Regent's Canal back in part 1, that sort of thing, and chandleries and boatyards still all exist. You're taking turns to have a bath, or just all having baths at once. That's a really cool sound. We found Seagull Bathhouse. I really hope that's coming across on the mic. That's a new one. I just like it's with the whistle before.
No, I haven't.
Feels a bit more like we've left big city. It feels that if it weren't for all the warehouses down the far side there and the occasional sound of trains rushing past on the left, it would almost feel like Countryside Canal again. But it's still nice and calm and quiet when there's not a train going past or a cyclist. appear to have a little bit of a revival in canal traffic. Looks like they may be able to load stuff on and off of barges here, so that's cool to see. It is just railway lines everywhere. There's a railway line bridge just behind us. There's a third line. It says danger overhead live wires. Oh, that must be a road then that crosses the railway. And then there's another road over there. And some very pretty services boxes. He thinks there might be a building site nearby, or some sort of recycling yard or some such. I'm sort of going to assume that this used to be a bridge. There's some nicely sharply cut off girders there, and a sort of fence. That's a rather interesting thing, especially because on that side there's nothing. But that does look like a relatively newish warehouse, so might have to look that one up on Google Earth. It's probably not that old school, but this, especially with that 66,000 volts danger sign on the fence there, this one looks like something out of a Disney Jaws ride, or you know, those sort of backlot tour things. Some bit of old electric set that will throw off massive sparks at the right moment just as the boat passes. Interesting architecture going on here. This is Acton Lane, bridge number 9. I wonder where that goes. I'm not going to try. Ooh, a canal side pub. Do you reckon they do deliveries to boats? Be kind of fun.
That'd be kind of cool.
Cabins. I was going to say over there we seem to have the land-based equivalent of camper vans, but looking at those, I don't think they're camper vans. I think they're on set. They look like film dressing rooms and like film unit vehicles with the massive extending sides and the multiple doors down the side. That looks like stuff for on location filming. Which I suppose is sort of it's a commercial modern equivalent of narrowboats. And that's a fire station with their practice tower. They appear to have put a little office on the canal side for no obvious reason, but I suppose if you want to, why not? And there's another one up there. How strange. Now I recognise that company there, the logo just peeking out from above the trees, the Royal Mail crown. Now I think this is about as close as we get to one of the larger London landmarks. Over there in the distance is the Wembley Arch. It should be recognisable to people from most countries, I would think, would know Wembley. So yeah, you got Wembley Stadium and everything else up there just north of here. Okay, just spotted that there's some beehives over there for local London honey, but I believe London honey is not that strange thing. There's quite a few people doing it on rooftops, even in the centre of the city. But canalside honey sounds interesting. Weird split in the canal, but that's because it's the North Circular Road, and it's suddenly very noisy up here. And for the canal, it's quiet. Oh, I thought he was going to fly off for us. As well as being a bridge over the North Circular, this here is also a bridge over the River Brent, which is all the way down there below us. It's weird being in canals up high, but being man-made, I suppose they can be. Lovely view of the Wembley Arch again. Past some attractive blue hoarding. I'm sure these will be lovely canal side apartments when they're done. But they are half an eyesore while they're still building them. Factories on one side and an apartment building complex on the other side. Mind you, the people who buy or rent these houses are just going to be smelling whatever they're making in the factory on the left all day, every day. But there you go. See, now that's the sound of a proper canal boat engine. As we are approaching Alperton Underground Station, from where it could almost have been countryside again, it's definitely not. We've got buses and traffic and apartment blocks and advertising, LED advertising boards, and more people again. But yeah, that's what you get on the London Canal. Bit of everything. Grant you, they're colourful tower blocks at least.
Whoa.
Ooh, this boat is not looking happy. It's a little bit damp inside, shall we say? Ooh, golf course. I don't know what that was, but it's a little bit gruesome. I think that was a swan at one point in time. That's nature.
Well, true. Mind you, we have seen a lion in safari.
True. wonder how many golf balls are in the bottom of this canal. I think they're all the fairways tee off from down here and go up, but you never know. Come along dredging and just pick up a whole load of golf balls. Some bit of wood made it look like a bird on the canal side, next to some boaters' facilities, or a private mooring, I'm not really sure. Oh, a load of private moorings based on the number of letterboxes. That's kind of nice. Now the Capital Ring walk is one that I have looked up the details of and looked into doing. So actually we may be back here at some point if we carry on and do that Capital Ring walk. There's two. There's the London Loop, which goes round the sort of greater London boroughs, and then there's the Capital Ring that goes around much further in. Now, is that boat meant to be sideways, or has it come adrift? To Twitter! We've left town behind, back at the when we passed the tube station, we end up back in countryside feeling areas again, where it's just all more or less green on both sides, apart from the odd road or housing estate. Well, that bit from that last sign up to now was the Capital Ring. The Capital Ring has now gone off, and I think up over that bridge potentially. Where earlier we had potential golf balls lost in the canal, here now we've got potential footballs and rugby balls lost in the canal. Although at least those ones float. Make them a little easier to retrieve. More canal side building sites. Although the view from that terrace up there is probably quite nice. If a little chilly sometimes. You're feeling this boat's been painted to look like a police boat. Or a very fast racing boat. This one is a massive wide beam, absolutely covered in leaves from the trees. So much space on the back there, they've got a barbecue. size of these things. I'm sure the canal side will look lovely once it's all done up to look like that up there with the illuminated steps. But at the moment this side is just ugly. Although you can see they've put in a new canal edge, so hopefully they will actually do the rest of it up to look nice as well. Flower beds seem to be making farting noises. I think their irrigation system might be a little bit broken. In fact, they've put mooring bollards along the edge over there and then put up no mooring signs. Are the mooring bollards just because they look pretty, do you think? They look canal-y, so we'll put them there but then put up no mooring signs. Right, well, we've walked about 10k today, so I think we're going to leave the canal here and we will obviously return to continue the walk along there, but for now this is the end of part 3 of the London Canal Loop. We will see you again in part 4. So we are back at the Grand Union Canal, Paddington Arm, and continuing on this way. Today we'll be finishing off the rest of the Grand Union. Paddington Arm will be joining the Grand Union proper, and we'll just follow it for a last short distance, heading down towards the Thames. We won't get as far as the Thames today, so in the next one we'll be doing that a bit, but doing about another 10 kilometres along here, along bits of 2 different canals. If you're interested in details of exactly where we are, there will be an interactive map linked in the description below where you can follow along with where we are, and you can click on the map to jump to that bit of the video if you're interested in a particular area. By now there's also a playlist with the previous videos on it. This is number 4 of a number of parts of this walk. Depends exactly how many parts you manage to do it in. That wind turbine should be going around at speed today, but it's not. Oh, I've got a tiny little basin which appears to be a seagull haven at the moment. It says private property, no public right of way, so I wonder who it belongs to. Oh, and more beehives. I sort of assume it belongs to whoever rents one of these units, but it doesn't really say. I have a sneaking suspicion that the audio for this one is going to be largely wind. It is quite windy today. We're heading very rapidly into December at the time of filming. This tree was determined it was going to grow through this metal sheeting here. Some slightly disturbing noises. They probably didn't come across on camera. Dripped on, or pigeoned on. Where are you? Hello. I see you. It's two very different railway bridges just built right next to each other. wonder if this over here used to be warehouses with roller doors in these gaps for loading goods to and from barges that pulled up on the canal. It's got that sort of feel to it. Very nice to see a Scout-owned community boat. Scoutnarrowboat.co.uk. A lot of community work goes on the canals, which is nice. But then, you know, canal folk is a very community-minded group. Oh, it's you. Shut up. Heron. There. Oh, it's a boat registered on the River Way, which was the previous canal we walked but didn't video. The name, date. Where I step back and fall in the canal. Can I stand where you are, please? Yeah, you get dripped on in here. It appears to be a footbridge, which is blocked in at both ends. I would say swimming upstream looks like a lot of effort, but it's a canal, so there is no current, there is no stream, but they're swimming upwind. This tends to be a common problem with city canals, is they tend to be where plastic bottles and other rubbish end up, and they sort of get stuck. Once they end up in the water, they're not going to blow any further along. Behave. Nice beachy pipe bridge here. I think it's the first pipe bridge I've noticed just on its own like that over here. An outflow from somewhere. we've got one flat with Christmas decorations up. That's quite a narrow entrance to aim for. That's not so bad when you look at it from this angle, but when you look at it from back up the canal, that looks really narrow. As we get further sort of west out of London, up to sort of the western extreme of this branch of the canal, we'll start finding more and more of these bits where they've been able to build the canal dead straight, because they haven't been weaving in and out of existing features and existing landscape. was Willow Tree Marina, which looks like it could do with a bit of a spruce up, really. Looking a little bit sad. I've got to include that in there somewhere. I bet there's crocodiles in there. Don't think so.
No.
Not you.
There are, then
They could be.
got a problem.
They could have escaped from London Zoo and not been noticed.
Yeah, true.
That's a dead swan. Circle of life and all that. If you're a little bit over energetic playing football over there, you could end up having to fetch your football out of the canal. It could be fun.
Look at those Henrys.
Hmm?
The Henrys on top of the...
Oh yes. The Henry Hoovers with flowers in them. It's quite a solid looking houseboat, although it's floating, so presumably could be towed should it need to move. Might even have an engine hidden somewhere in there, I don't know. We found another dead straight bit of canal. It's quite nice to give you a nice long view, and you can just about see the distance of plane taking off because we're heading round towards Heathrow Airport. We're that west out of London now. Mind you, the houses on this side are reasonably safe from potential flooding. You've got a few, about a metre high wall there. I wonder what the risk of flooding to these houses on this side is. from a canal, as it's a managed waterway, I would imagine it's not actually that high a risk, because the CRT have systems and mechanisms in place to manage water levels, and it'll just empty out further down. I don't know. Nice canal side properties. Here we have a lighthouse on an inland waterway, but it's not some ancient relic or historical artifact. No, it's an advertising gimmick for a self-storage company. And then you've got their gigantic self-storage warehouse over here. But, you know, it's quite nice that this one happens to end up next to a waterway. The wind just made the stabilisation go crazy. Ah, lovely weeping willow. Apparently this is the Hillingdon Trail. Ooh, we found Goose and Swan Central.
Friends of Grand Union Canal, if you're doing it. Everyone agree? Friends of Grand Union Canal, we try and help.
Good, good. More canal side properties. A lot of building work of something going on over here. Not sure what. just had a look, and based on these, it looks like it's going to be the Green Quarter by Berkeley Homes, although there was another name under there, or they've reused some signs. So it looks like it's going to be probably a load more flats, as these things normally are. This endless green fencing as far as the eye can see, stretching off into the distance around the corner, makes this bit of canal a tad depressing. Although the fact that it's getting dark probably doesn't help that. But I guess once this has all been redeveloped and rejuvenated, they'll probably put in some nice, they'll hopefully put in some nice landscaped areas down to the canal, and it'll be a bit nicer, but I don't know how many years' time it's likely to take them to redevelop this whole site. Shiny new bridge that they've built over into the housing estate. High-speed railway line again. So just up here at this bridge, we are coming to the end of the Grand Union Paddington branch, which started at Paddington Basin at Little Venice way back in video 2 and ends down here where it joins on to the actual Grand Union Canal, which goes from London up north. So down here is the Grand Union Paddington branch, Paddington Arm, where we've just walked down. This way is the Grand Union Canal proper. which, as this signpost would say if it hadn't been broken, would go up towards Braunston, and then that way towards Brentford. The Grand Union goes down and joins up with the Thames. As you can probably tell by the streetlights, it's starting to get dark now. So we are going to end filming here for today. This might be the end of this video. If the video ends here, we will see you in the next video as we carry on from here. Or alternatively, we might just come back here next week and we'll carry on from here straight away. Welcome back. You join us as we've just finished the Grand Union Canal Paddington Arm, and we have joined the Grand Union proper. That direction goes off up to Braunston and Birmingham, but we're going to head down this way and start heading back into London again. Like a supermarket with an official visitor mooring. Got car park just one side of the hedge and boat parking just the other side of the hedge. Ooh, we've got some interesting canal features here. We've got a couple of docks. Not sure if wet docks or dry docks, but a couple of dock buildings where they can put boats in for works or painting or so on. Oh, it says there on the building, wet and dry docks. So wet dock for basic work and dry dock for work on the hull. Up here again you've got a combination of those narrow boats and then cabins on a barge. Is that a two-layer cabin on a barge up there? These are really stretching the definition of boat, aren't they? That one's even got a conservatory. quite a stack of soft drinks over there. And what was under that one over there as well. Hello, preening swans. Afternoon. Magnet fishing seems to be a popular pastime around here. The wrought iron decorations in their windows. Well, I suppose decorations and or security. There's two sides to everything. And there's a branch there to bash my head on. Ooh, two pairs of swans. Well, these ones look like juveniles. I suppose young adults I should call them, shouldn't I? Is this the first proper arched canal bridge we've seen on this? I lose track.
If it's not the first, it's certainly one of the few.
Yeah.
We haven't seen many.
We started so many weeks ago now, I can't remember. And this gives an idea, I hadn't spotted the number on the previous one. This gives an idea of how long the Grand Union Canal is. This is bridge 202. Proper shaped arched canal bridge. Probably not ideal to have the wildlife rummaging through the copious amounts of rubbish on the bottom of the canal. I think the ones with the white bums are juveniles. Nappies floating in the canal, just what you want. I don't know what I think of modern housing developments next to canals. I mean, it's nice and all, but it's also that sort of impersonal modern block of flats thing going on. I hope the flats at the top of that block are wider than the ones lower down, because they're certainly shallower. Uh-oh. Does this show up on video? How much water there is inside that boat? I don't know if it does. There's more water inside that boat than you'd want there to be. Hence why it's listing a bit. Like a CRT yard. Yes. CRT work yard. Confusing enough, this boat has 2 registration numbers. I wonder if the Lee Mean Clean machine is designed for working on the River Lee navigation, or at least named for the River Lee navigation. phone down because there's a heron up ahead. I want to see how close I can get before he notices me and flies off. I'm guessing not very. Oh, he's gone a lot further than they normally go. They normally only go a couple of tens of metres up the canal. And usually in the direction you're travelling. So then you disturb them again in a couple of minutes. I have no idea what these bits of fence are for. I'm somewhat surprised it's taken this long, but for the first time on this on these journeys we're actually walking in what I'd consider proper rain, not just a little splatter or a little drizzle. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully it won't rain too hard that we'll have to just hide under a bridge for a while. We'll see how it goes. There's a half-size narrowboat in here somewhere called the Water Donkey. Can you see it? Half-size narrowboat on there somewhere?
On that common bit?
No. Well, that rain didn't last so long, so we're right again now. Shouldn't have said that, should I? It's just started raining again.
Yep. Well, I don't know, I've got splodges in my glasses from my phone, so I don't know if it's raining now or... Some local geese, I forget what they're called, but as opposed to the Canadian geese over there. Local geese, I think I mean domestic geese.
bridge 203A, which appears to be access to a rowing club. I can see some boats on a rack over there. And it's a lockable bridge. Oh, there we go. The Sharks Paddle Sport. Well, quite where they actually access the river, I'm not really sure. I think there's a nicely decorated, this is weird. There's a bridge here, and there's a bridge there, and then there's a bridge over there as well. There's some nice decorations that we can't see because there's bridges in the way. Too many bridges. No idea, can't see myself. Oh, that's a footpath. You've got a footpath next to a footpath. Go figure. So you've got the canal bridge there, and then a footpath bridge there, and then a road bridge next to it. As you do. And it's raining again. Ooh, I think we've come up against the lock again. After no locks on the Grand Union Paddington Arm, we found some locks on the Grand Union proper. We've just spotted on the far side there, you've got, these are long-term moorings over here, Northwood long-term moorings. And over there, that boat has in a little shed, shore-bound washing machine and tumble dryer. Which is novel. But I guess you've not got space on a boat for those, so if you've got a long-term mooring, you can put them on your long-term mooring. This is Norwood Top Lock, and I do like the attention dogs sign, it's a good sense of humour. Norwood top block 90. Lovely little lockkeeper's cottage, top lock's cottage. These tend to not actually be part of the canals anymore because you don't get employed lockkeepers on most locks, only on some of the bigger ones, deeper ones, more dangerous ones. So these tend to come into private ownership, but they still sit alongside the locks, looking pretty. And I can already see the next lock of the flight just over there. I think this is the Hanwell flight. This one's looking a little bit dodgy. I don't think I'd want to particularly cross that there. Norwood bottom block. That was a flight of 2. I find that slightly strange. And there's one of the side pounds over there with the paddles, so the CRT can let water in or out, presumably to balance various parts of the canal. Oh, I'm not looking in the right place. Looking very green and weedy. Just a winding hole in the middle of nowhere. Wide bit for turning boats. I say middle of nowhere, I mean not next to a lock or next to a bridge or anything, just in the middle of a section of canal. I mean, I don't like graffiti, but at least in this case it's happy graffiti. This boat here has a built-in pool. You go for a little swim. For heater under it, could be a little hot tub at the back. Now, if my backwards reading is any good, I think we might be in Three Bridges. Or Segderb Erhut. No, I think it's Three Bridges. Thank you. This looks like a nice... aha! I was going to say this looked like a nice canal bridge with the brick, but then it's got horrid steel. But this is called Three Bridges because this is Three Bridges. You have above us is the road bridge, here is the canal bridge, and down there is a railway bridge. So it is actually Three Bridges. This is an engineering marvel that at the time it was built no one thought was possible. You can't have a road going over a canal going over a train track. It's not possible. And there's actually another bridge there which I don't quite know what goes over the top of that. Probably a bit footpath. I like a boat called Reg. It's a good name for a boat. None of these pretentious names. My boat's called Reg. Maybe the owner's called Reg. Mind you, this boat here looks proper sort of sail-y. Looks like something out of Popeye, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Out of a Disney cartoon. There's a little lock cottage, just called imaginatively Lock Cottage. So this is the top lock, this is Hanwell top lock. 92 of the Hanwell flight. Weirdly enough, it says on the CRT's website the Hanwell flight of 7 locks, but 92 to 97 I make being 6 locks, so never mind. Up here on these locks is not a place to trip up. It's a long way down. Ducks don't land gracefully, but I do love the little tail waggle they do to get everything back in order after they've landed. Ooh, you can see the bottom of the lock down there. Nasty sill that gets boaters hung up if you're not careful. This is another feature of the canal, is slightly perilous staircases. Nice slippery wet brick with mostly no handrails to get you from the locks back down to get onto your boat at the bottom. Bit scary. These have got really small pounds between these locks, which is why you've got those side ponds you can see. One just to the right of the lock over there, where they keep extra water. If they need it to level out some of the pounds if they end up a bit empty. You also get other things emptying into the canal. There's obviously a water inlet here, because there's bubbles appearing. Nice and quiet out here. There's a little bit of rumble of main road, but you're going to get that anywhere near London. It looks like it may have been an old arm to access. I believe this is a hospital to our left here. We've got gate paddles and ground paddles on this one. For larger locks to let water in faster. I'm not sure what this is for. I don't know if that's part of the lock, or whether that's just sat there. Here's these levelling ponds. Got a whole load of control gear over here where they can let water into 3 different ponds to manage, I don't know, whatever they want to manage, and then presumably let it out again somewhere. More perilous staircases. I think this one here, I think this is the overflow from the pound above the lock, comes out down here. quite a speed.
What you got to do?
Yeah, this pound does look very low, doesn't it? This boat got a bit stuck, I think. Does look a bit low. Need to use some of the side pounds, but I'm getting in touch with the CRT to sort that out. And they didn't look like they had much water in them. I don't know when this video will come out, but we're filming it about 2 weeks before Christmas. So we've got a nice inflatable Santa on a boat down here. It looks like this might be part of the problem they're having in the pound above. That's quite a leaky set of gates. Go down the perilous staircase. Lock 5 in the flight, if I'm correct. So this might be lock 6, the last one. I lost count. We've got a river next to us, which might be the Brent. Since we're coming up on Brentford, that would make sense. Oh, we've got the Capital Ring. The Capital Ring is one we might do as another series of videos at some point in the future. Oh, this one's had a replacement beam. It's red oxide. Instead of whole replacement gate by the looks of it. It's red oxide rather than painted black like the rest. Mind you, these ones, none of these gates have the white tip on them. Maybe these are all newish. This is Hanwell bottom lock 97 on the Grand Union Canal. Hanwell flight up there. As it's starting to get dark again, as it does in winter, I think we'll probably leave you here for today. And then we'll come back here, and not all that far down there now is the Thames. So in the next one, I think we will be finishing the canal section of the walk and starting the Thames section. And from there on, it's just following the Thames back up to Limehouse, and there we'll finish the main loop. So for now, walk a little way down this way and find how to get off of the canal. Oh, there's the river. What is the river section? At the time of filming this, it is exactly 1 week before Christmas, and we're back at the Grand Union Canal at the point where the River Brent, which comes down here, joins on to the Grand Union Canal that comes down there, and they both flow together for a little way down to the Thames. The canal sort of ducks on and off of the river. Whenever there needs to be a lock, the river will go off and round, and the canal will go down in a lock, but we will carry on down this way, down the combined canal and river. And today we should get onto the Thames and then a little way along the Thames as well. It's a very large building of some sort just above the trees over there. Very long building. Not sure what that is. Hey look, that looks like a proper boat. That's like what a kid would draw as a boat, isn't it?
It is. That's correct.
With a proper anchor as well. This is the building I mentioned a minute ago. It seems to be a great big old warehouse that's been split up into a number of industrial units. That's huge. Guess it must have been a factory of something at some point. I have no idea what a pile driving competition is. It could be something to do with the edging of the canal. That one's going to require a bit of research, I think. As this is now river and canal, or navigable river, you've got to be a little more careful when mooring because water levels can change, so you have to moor up, accounting for the fact that the river level can go up or down, and you either risk having your boat dangling off the mooring, off the bollards if you've moored with ropes that are too short, or well, sinking if your river level goes up and you've moored with ropes that are too short. So here we have, the first one along here, a weir where the river will diverge from the canal, and then over there you can just see there is going to be a lock just around the corner. So the river here, there you go, Osterley Park Weir. The river here goes over a rather nasty looking weir. You wouldn't want to get your boat caught in that, but you couldn't get under the bridge anyway. And so the river changes level abruptly on a weir to go down to the new level, and the boats take a much more leisurely change of level through the lock over there. All the crud that's floated down the river getting caught in the ends of the weir. I thought for a while that this lock gate was broken, but I think it's just drifted open where the water level's the same.
Yeah.
And that water that went over the weir returns here beneath the lock. It's a rather chunky bridge. I'm not a fan of graffiti in general, but some of this is pretty good. Especially the Elmer Fudd. Looking down into the canal under here looks a little foreboding. Bridge 206A. It shows that the canals have been around for an awful lot longer than the railways have. This bridge belongs to London Underground Limited. This bridge up there belongs to London Underground. Although London Underground Limited is probably now TfL. Transport for London. I thought for a moment this was going to be a turnover bridge, but it's not. It's just a regular bridge where you'd have to have uncoupled the horse, go up over the bridge, and then recouple the horse on the other side. Worsley Ironworks near Birmingham, 1820. Another weir here, right next to a main road. And something else you don't see on the canals very often is CCTV. In this case, watching either down the canal or just watching the weir. Shame I don't have my drone. That's a cool slopey weir. Suddenly the far edge of the canal's a lot lower, so this looks like a high level spillway if the weir back there isn't managing to shed enough water out of the canal into the river down there. Then any extra water will flow over these blocks here and go join the river before over flooding the top of the gates at this lock up here. It's also a handy perch for seagulls and other birds. There's a number of large companies based around here, around Brentford. You've got, through the trees on that side, the GlaxoSmithKline GSK offices, pharmaceutical giant. And on this side, you may just be able to see through the trees those coloured lines. That's the Sky campus, where a whole load of Sky offices and their head office in the UK is. Play a competition of name that knot, but my knots aren't very good, despite having been a Boy Scout. Quite a nice little riverside bit for GSK here. You've got art up there, you've got a little water feature over here, presumably just pumping water out of the canal and back in again. This would be a nice one to come past at night when its lights are on. This one also appears to have a Big Ben on the roof, or on the far side. It's a floating dog hotel, apparently. Well, there you go. You see something new every day. Ooh, a fence. While filming this, I've just looked up and noticed that what I thought was dilapidated old wooden structure is actually deliberately more or less like that. It's got flower and leaf patterns on it. I mean, the peeling is not part of the art, but the patterns are nice. Although the roof could do with a little bit of work. This, I assume, at one point would have been for loading and unloading barges into warehouses. So the river goes off down that direction again, and the canal carries on this way through Brentford Basin to the second to last lock on the Hertford Union Canal. I'm going to pronounce this wrong, but I'm guessing that one over there, Hoop op Velvaart, is probably Dutch, seeing as it is a Dutch barge. Oh, another fuel boat. Some water goes off. Oh, there's a weir there without any fence across it, so that's the river goes off that way. A little basin here is kind of cool, and a couple of locks with. Ooh, these are manned locks. You've got the control cabin here, and massive, great big paddle level indicators, and then pneumatically controlled gates. So the lock keeper would be in his little office over there. This is Brentford gauging lock 100. So this appears to be the end of the canal, and you're getting pretty close to being on the tidal Thames by this point. I'm not entirely sure where the towpath goes here. We're going to have to do a bit of investigation. It's not this side, it carries on that side. Well, this suddenly got a lot more industrial feeling. Although these poles with the balls on top are a little reminiscent of Venice, but not really the rest of it. Someone's built themselves a deck. Oh, maybe they get given a deck on these moorings. Any weed. If you want any water weed, this is the place to come and get it. Any pond weed. This boat's a bit grand, isn't it? This one's built around its mooring. That's oddly amusing. This is apparently the footpath. No exit ahead. Up over the flood wall. This is certainly different.
Yeah. Really cool.
It's looking a little bit, these ones, I'm not sure these are actually floating. I think the ones this side are just sort of sat on the mud. Choice to make now. Do we see what's up over there, or do we go that way? I'm going to go up over here. That looks like it should be private, and this looks like it should be part of the footpath. I have a sneaking suspicion that that would have been a dock at some point in time where boats would have gone into this warehouse to unload, but it's since been built across the front with this bridge to allow the towpath to carry on along here. Being pushed away from the canal again, so we'll go try and find it again. Oh, we're going under a high bridge. Oh yes we are. I thought there was a gate. There's a footpath next to it. Well, this is an adventure. Hello river again. Back up over the flood defences. to a wharf. It's a bit, this is the towpath, it's a bit in advance of itself. I understand through there, but we go around and back down here. Does look like there used to be some path going that way, but there's definitely not now. We make it back onto the canal side again. I like that. That about sums it up, actually. Along the towpath, the Sunday walkers ramble, overtaken by lycra joggers and cyclists. Ooh, steamboat. Unfortunately, going away from us. I think this lock up here is the last lock on the Hertford Union Canal. This is Thames lock, but it appears to just be open. I'm guessing that this one only has to be closed and open either during certain tide times or possibly even only when there's a particularly high tide. On the far side of the lock over there appears to be what was once a boat, which is now plonked on dry land with a boat on its roof. We can't get much further going that way. What is that on that barge? Is that a bit of bridge? Or a bit of canal, I suppose. Yeah. I just looked down. That's lovely and clean. Gotta love the Thames. Let's go up here.
That's absolutely true.
a dry dock here. Which appears they raise and lower that entire tank to bring it up out of the water to work on whatever's in it. Which is kind of impressive. I think we want to be over there, but I'm not sure quite how to get to it at the moment. Ooh, Route Master buses. We did make it over here. We just had to go around the building site to get to it. Oh, that is the tiniest little narrowboat I've ever seen.
That's cute. That's my size, that is.
Tiny little mallard. This here appears to be a barge with a piece of road on top of it. Presumably for driving diggers and other vehicles on to then pull them up and down the Thames and for whatever purposes they need.
Up to the lock.
Looks like each of these boats probably has a bike up there, which makes sense if you just want to nip out into the local area. You don't want to take your whole boat. Just take your bike. And then here is probably what you'd count as the entrance to the Grand Union. Well, I think it's called Brent Creek at this point. was too busy looking at this goose. I didn't spot this one. Hello. There's a piece of art over there. I'm not sure we can get to it. We can't cross across here. Another little set of moorings. Oh, this is nice. It's a shoal of fish. And here's the Thames. It goes that direction, central London, and it goes that direction towards inland. And I think the next point we need to be is on that footpath directly opposite, because there's not really a footpath that runs along the edge of the river on this side. It ends up running round buildings and away from the actual edge of the canal. So we will hop over to that side and carry on from over there. Whew, that was fun. Must do that more often. I'll carry on this way. This over here is Royal Botanic Gardens at Kew. So there's a few greenhouses in among the trees over there, beyond the car park. Over here we have Kew Palace, as is usual with most large and public gardens in the UK. There was a stately home at the middle of them at one point. This one with a nice view out over the river. Well, it's probably quite a different view now than it was back when that was built. got a few of the big houses on barges over here, moored up on the edge of the Thames on the far side. We're not actually going as far as Hampton Court Palace. Hampton Court Palace is up the other way, or is it further on? I can't remember which. But on this loop we are not going to pass Hampton Court. But I have considered we could do the Thames Path as a different video series at some point, and we would go past them then if we did that. Someone has decorated these trees for Christmas. Well, this is an interesting bit of wall. It looks like it could almost be a platform edge of a disused station, but I don't think it is. I think it's part of the flood defences where the natural level of the ground has dropped here. They've put this wall in to maintain a standard level of flood defence. If you ignore the hole in it, all along where the path level has dropped. This is the third one of these we've seen now. Just steps. They go down into the river. I guess they're probably useful if you need to moor up somewhere along here, but I'm not quite sure how you'd do that either. Okay, so this is Chiswick Bridge. It's starting to get dark again, as it does in winter. So we are going to end this walk here. We'll come back here. Actually, at time of recording now, we'll come back here after Christmas and carry on the walk under there along the Thames. But for now, we're going to end this one here. So we will head up here, up to the road, and we will see you again in the next video. Good afternoon, welcome back to the River Thames, which is spectacularly more busy today than it was the last time we were here. There's a queue of boats running all the way down that side of the river, because it appears that on this Saturday there is an awful lot of racing and or training going on. I would try and cross the road here and go down the other side, but it's a bit busy, so I think we'll go back down the stairs we came up at the end of last time and go underneath. I think that's on that side was one boat club there, and on the other side of the river I think there's another boat club. So there's other side of the river, other side of the bridge is another boat club. Ooh, Chiswick Bridge. So it gets rather congested round here on a Saturday by the looks of it. There's the other boat club through the trees. There's another queue of boats all the way up this side. And then another queue of boats all the way down the far side. It's a busy river. To the officials post. Quite amusing that the houses here have to have flood defences. This one you have to climb up and over their front wall to get in. And this one's got floodgates along across the driveway, just in case the river does flood.
None of you are going to stop, are you?
There's what presumably used to be a riverside factory, now looks a bit sad and abandoned. Oh, there you go. Or it was the Budweiser Malt Lake Stag Brewery. Cool sign. Intriguingly ornate design of wall there on here. I don't know if that's is just to be ornate, or whether at some point it would have been functional. It does look like this could have been access chutes or something that have been blocked up. Get a bit wet down here sometimes. Dry route during flood. Oh yeah, up over a floodgate there. Well, it's not flooding at the moment, so we'll carry on along here. One stark difference here between the river and the canals. So on the canals, most of the time you have one side is the towpath, and that's public access, and the other side is privately owned land, and that's pretty much strictly no access on the canals. But on the river, there's not sort of a standard side. Sometimes there's paths on both sides, like here. You've got a path over there, it's a bit further up, you can see maybe there's a cyclist over there. On this side you've got this path here. And later on there'll be times where we're going across where we will just have to go up out of the way, up over some roads for a bit, around some obstacles where there is no path on either side of the canal, either side of the river. I'm not sure if this up here is the clubhouse or a pub. It's White Hart, it sounds like a pub.
On the paddle. Like, well, I've offered.
Looks like there's an impressive amount of organisation going on with these boats, but I just don't know what any of it is.
Sometimes go rowing, yeah.
And another boat club. There's a blue heritage plaque for Gustav Holst, the composer. Lived 1874 to 1934, but lived here 1908 to 1913. Mind you, there's some funky old houses along here. All with balconies looking out over the river. I have no idea what the yellow cross sign is. I'll have to do some research on that one.
See you later, guys. Take care.
Very fancy house there with all glass balconies and a painted cow at the top, as you do, next to the barbecue. And here we get to leave the road, which is nice, and head off back onto a footpath along the edge of the river. Apparently the Barnes Trail extension.
Please don't leave here.
After going up and over, there's a bit of flood defences. Some rather large riverboats moored up over there. Some of those lovely London parakeets fighting in the trees again. But in a different tree, just spotted some really chunky meaty mushrooms growing on this fallen tree here. The size of those things. Hand to scale. There's another one over there growing around the branch. And I just fall over, getting stuck in a bit of bramble. The little island sort of starts here in the middle of Thames. You can just about see that the water goes around the far side of it where that green pillar is, and it's Chiswick 8, but spelled differently to usual 8. No idea why. I'm sure Wikipedia will tell me.
Because I had to stand up so high.
Some lovely riverside townhouses over there. 4-storey houses, but ridiculously narrow. It's weirdly different filming along here. I'm not sure if it's that there's sort of less landmarks to look at, or whether it's just that there's too many landmarks to look at and it's a bit landmark overload. Well, a cool view from these classrooms up here in this school. Look out over the river. Well, through some trees out over the river anyway.
Average 125. We think. Yeah. Probably like 157. Might have lost.
That's quite a long garage.
I think he's over there.
2 boats long. There's a couple of narrow boats over there and some big river boats. Hammersmith Bridge, as it says in the middle. Which again appears to be, well, it's not rail and pedestrian, it's road and pedestrian, but this one is closed to road traffic. It's been closed to road traffic for a good long while now because it's having safety issues, I think.
Selfie camera, doesn't he?
This is rather low. Better watch your head going under here. You don't have to duck under there. Starting to get into the area of nice modern riverside flats or apartment blocks, I suppose. All along this section is all just low-rise tower blocks. It's a bit fancy over here. Harrods Village, apparently. So I guess this used to be something to do with that. A little strange riverside area. Probably originally part of whatever was on this side, this Harrods Village. Actually, it says at the top of the building here, you've got Harrods Furniture Depository. So there's definitely going to have to be some Wikipedia searching and some information panels on the screen for this. Some more race officials. Okay, I'm guessing the race was from one of those huts to the other, so how far have we walked?
5.1.
So it's a 5k race, I'd guess then. Because they just seem to be finishing, they seem to be just stopping up here and turning around. That would make sense. They're turning around up here, so then head back down the edge. Presumably at that distance they only get one go each. Don't know. There's one boat off up there somewhere. Presumably their boathouse is up that way somewhere then. Although then you've had to, I suppose, yeah, it's interesting. Depending where you start, if you've had to row all the way down to the beginning and then start and do the push all the way up the river, you're at a disadvantage from someone whose boathouse is at the starting point, who just goes straight in. I suppose maybe you want to warm up, I don't know. I'm not a sports scientist. But there will be some difference there. Sort of drifting around. More flats on this side now as well.
It's really bizarre.
Does that mean it gets a bit quieter for the rest of this walk now? With no shouty boats. This is quite a nice area. It's gone quiet now that we've passed the end of the boat race. You've got river on that side, and on this side, somewhere over all these bushes, is the London Wetland Centre. So all we've got around us, other than the sounds of people, is just the sounds of water and wildlife.
And basically, he's got all this money.
This could be hilarious. Do you reckon I can stand on top of this pile of whatever this is? Or is it going to collapse under me? I have no idea what this camera can see, but you might be able to see the wetland centre, or you might not. Ugh. Okay, it didn't collapse.
Could have worked a lot harder.
There's some sort of obelisk over here. Is there a plaque? There is a plaque. Oarsman and coach, founder of the Head of the River race. It's exactly 1 mile from the start of the university boat race course. River curling off around the corner as it does. We'll just keep following it. This is the bit of this walk that Kerry's been waiting for. That over there, the big thing that looks like a half-built apartment block or something, that's one of the stands of Craven Cottage, which is Fulham Football Club's ground. And coincidentally, it's about 10 minutes to kick off of a home match. So if I can be recording at the right time, we'll see if we can hear the ref's whistle for kick-off. If we were walking up the far side of the river here, we would actually have to walk out and around the ground and come back to the river, because it does butt right up to the river. That's part of the ground. So you could presumably only walk through with a ticket. See a few people milling around over there, queuing to get in. But a minute to go till kick-off. We'll see what we quiet up here and see what we hear. Although the wind might scupper any of that.
You have to also understand what you're tasting.
Going through the team list. Hey, number something, so and so. Hey! And this is confusing because there's like Saturday League football going on behind us. You get whistles from there as well. I think that might have been it. There's a dog. Where's this person? Back there, I think. I think we heard it. It's difficult to tell because there's Saturday League going on behind us as well.
Can I have a...
I was going to say I think we found the last couple of boathouses where the boats are going up here to, but there's still one over there that's just carrying on. I can't do anything worse than doing a 5 or 6k boat race and then just having to keep going to get back to your boathouse. But that's why I'm not a sports person. Oh, and you've got the South Bank Sailing Club here as well. When I was a scout, having a scout hut right next to the River Thames would have been cool. I mean, I didn't live anywhere near the River Thames, so it would have been unlikely. But 5th Putney Sea Scouts. Oh, I wasn't a Sea Scout either. I was just a regular scout. We did stuff in woods rather than on water. Someone's just scored over there. Yeah, there's not much internet around here. I'm guessing either all the phones in the football ground are sucking it all up, or there's just a bit of a black spot around here. Oh, I know no one else cares about this, but I'm a stickler for infrastructure. Over there, if I can spot it on the video, is a white pole with a red top. Over here is a white pole with a red top, which is a buried gas pipeline. hidden all over the UK. Tom Scott did a video on just hidden infrastructure. I find really interesting. Oh, there's a little tributary. Oh, a little dry. What is this? There's definitely some waterways management going on there because there's sluices and there's some water coming out down there. But this is, I have no idea what this is. There's a bit of machinery or ex-machinery down there. I'm going to do a bit of research again. There's lots of research on this one. There's definitely some waterways management going on there. Next to the Wandsworth, Cheltenham, Fulham Sea Cadets. It's a bit scary. Boats where the back comes off to make them fit more on the trailer. Just hope it doesn't happen in the water. Take them apart. Found what seems to be a water sports area. What does this say? Putney Embankment. Which appears to be just a whole load of boathouses. So this is Putney Bridge. It's at this point when we reach this bridge up here that we ran out of riverside footpath on this side of the river, so we're going to cross over, try and stay as close to the river as possible, seeing that's sort of the point of this walk. We're going to cross over, walk along the edge of the river up the far side, and then we'll cross back over a little further up at Putney Rail Bridge, and then we can carry on walking along this edge of the river again.
Yeah. I've lost my strength today.
Correct, I didn't realise that Uber boat was a thing. This hoarding appears to be decorated with rubbish. Or is it stuff you find in the river? Some rather grand houses. There's a little bar hiding down here. Well, this is a bit depressing. Hey look, it's the traffic jam. I'm just having a look over there where I can see that there is a footpath along the edge of the river. So I think we might go cross over and have a look, see what we can see over there. Okay, yeah. It looks like you can walk along there, just not necessarily. What do we think? Does that look like you can walk along there, or does that look like just weird little bits of What stairs? Those stairs. It's a good question. Should we go find out? These stairs go nowhere. They used to, but they currently go nowhere. So I think we'll go around this church and have a look. This church, which appears to now be a play school. Nursery. Slipway down here. As railway bridges go, that's actually quite a nice looking one. I need to see if we can find our way back down to the river again. We've ended up away from it. Hello, this is the Thames path, so we'll carry on along here. I think that just goes up. Yeah, it just goes up onto the bridge, and then you can get back to the waterside from there. This is a bit posh. Wandsworth Park. This is strange. There's a little thing at the end of this garden which says no entry, bylaws apply. Okay, that's when it's closed. Okay, here we go. Wandsworth Park, River Terrace. And Fiona's Scented Garden. Good old telescope. You see an awful lot of people in bobble hats. They look like they've been doing some sort of charity fun run. or in silly hats as well. If you look back along the video when we just come off past all the boathouses, there was someone with a rainbow squid hat and a group of guys with silly hats as well. Some other large looking house or business boats, not really sure, could be restaurants and things. This one here certainly looks like one. Well, they could equally well be people's houses. These are Prospect moorings. Yeah, these are all houses. That's quite something. This one here's for sale if anyone wants it. At the time of filming anyway. And more houseboats. Ooh, Lebanese restaurant smells good. Palm Riverside. I think we're supposed to be able to carry on along there, but it looks an awful lot like a building site. So I think we have to go this way, unfortunately. There's an awful lot of building work going on here. It looks like they've just rebuilt pretty much this whole area. Rather low plane. I'm sure certain people like them, but I don't know I could live in flats like this, just all stacked up on top of each other for very long without just going mad. So this little thing here that sticks out in between two different bits of water here is called the spit. You can sort of see why. But there's some art over there. There's a blue cone, which I'm sure is art, but I don't really know why. And then you've got just a little sort of trickly bit of water here. We're going to go up over this bridge. There's the spit, you can see it says such. There's a sign down there. Let's go and have a look at this sign. I'm going to take a shortcut. It's a lovely sound. It's a lovely sound. Of course, there's a chair. Oh, there's another chair over there. There. Now this here is a household waste facility, and the footpath, I'm pretty certain, used to continue around the front of it, along this gap between these two fences here, but it very obviously doesn't anymore, which is a shame because it now pulls us away from the river for a while. This is another river we could potentially do. This is the River Wandle that comes from Sutton. So the River Wandle trail comes from Coshilton Ponds down to here. That's another one I have looked at doing at some point, so it might be an option. Actually, let's just go back a sec. Here's this mysterious gap between two fences that's now completely fenced off, which is a shame because I'd much rather walk along the edge of the river. It just seems a shame to waste land like that, but there you go. If you look at Google Maps, it shows a footpath through the household waste site, but that blatantly doesn't exist. Found the way back to the river. You can see here There used to be a footpath that carried on along here, but I was having a look on, someone came around here and did a street view. Back to the river is nice. This is all closed off now. So you'd think this footpath goes somewhere, wouldn't you? Take care on elevated walkway, children to be supervised, and then no. So you can even see it. There is a footpath up there, but it's closed. It's no fun. That's such a shame. It would be fun. Up there. But no, you can't do that. I mean, these crane tracks are kind of cool. This here is Wandsworth Bridge, which appears to be covered in plastic, so I assume it's undergoing some work. It's an interesting mixture of things along the river. You've got industrial things and then straight into residential, low density residential and then to high density residential, and I sound like I'm playing a game of SimCity. I think this was the Winter Walk 2022, which is why people are wearing hats and things with snowflakes and things on them.
Yeah, routine, isn't it? Yeah, something familiar. Yeah.
Danger deep water. Oh, it says danger deep water. It's not. It's supposed to be a water fountain, but they've drained it. How depressing. Probably drained it for winter to stop it freezing up. Water contains chemicals hazardous to health, presumably chlorine. Looks like we're going to be driven away from the river again. This bridge is actually where we're going to end today, as you can see by the light again. It's starting to get dark, if that makes sense. The sun is starting to set, but as it's January, we're definitely now heading. Days are getting longer again, which is nice. I assume this is meant to be water as well. This is a dish, and there's holes in this metalwork here, so I assume it's meant to be spraying water. But again, probably drained for winter. We'll be welcome to something, but I can't tell what. It says, welcome to Battersea Reach. London's award-winning riverside destination. But we'll have to do that another day, because we are going up here. where we are going to end for today. Thank you for joining us. And then, as usual, we will come back here in the next episode and we will continue along the Thames heading back towards Limehouse. Welcome back to our London Canal Walks series here at Wandsworth Bridge. We're going to carry on walking from here. You may notice a few changes since the last video. I don't know how long it's been since the last video went up, probably a few weeks. But since we were last here, it's been about 3 months. We were last here at the end of January. It is now Easter Monday in the middle of April, so it's looking a little more spring and a little less winter than last time we were here. So at the end of the last video we just saw the entrance to Battersea Reach, so we're now going to go back down here under the bridge and into Battersea Reach. Battersea Reach looks to be some rather fancy looking housing and towers. Plantation Wharf Pier, apparently. Must be some forms of abandoned dock or jetty or something. The buildings behind us are called Molasses House, and this here is Molasses Row, so I assume this would have been a point at some point in the past where boats would have come up the river and delivered molasses. Also, metal detectoring along the foreshore seems to be popular. There's one guy here, there's another couple of people just up here, and I think there's some more right up there. This potentially gives us some idea of what that dock up there at Molasses House looked like. You've got here a flat plane built out from the bank out on top of the pillars in the foreshore there. And actually, flat plane might be a sensible sort of word. This is London heliport. How much we're going to be able to see from here? The heliport where you can get a helicopter to and from. Not sure where, but I did have a guess that it's probably people who fly in on their private jet get their private helicopter up to the heliport. But don't know. Squeaky bouncy bridge. These are just weird bits of what was once presumably a slipway down into the river, now sort of abandoned, surrounded by businesses and such. Wide beam down here. Again, just weird bits of old infrastructure.
Why? It's hot there.
Apparently over there is Chelsea Harbour and Chelsea Harbour Marina. I wasn't sure where, but there does seem to be a gate right in the middle of the wall there. So presumably they have a maintained level marina over there, and they can only open that gate when the river's at high tide. You have to time your comings and goings to that marina quite rigorously. We can go exploring. Ah, this is how you get onto the foreshore. Yeah, squidgy. Okay, should probably have wellies on for this. Slippery down here. This one actually has boats in it. Oh, and lock gates. Well, gates. This bridge feels like it was made in the time when they were showing off what they could do with metalworking. We've got on the cable or wire attachment points here, you've got little stars, and then they've gone to an effort to make all these sort of lacy porthole attachments all up the bridge. So this feels like it was, showing off what we can do with metalwork. This is Albert Bridge. I think this used to be a toll bridge. It makes a bit of a noise when things cross it because it's all been the road surface has been replaced with plates. Protected, I think. The river doesn't get used for moving an awful lot of products around anymore, but it does get used for moving rubbish a lot in London because no one really cares massively about the speed rubbish gets moved at, as long as it gets moved. Here's our swans for today. Sounds like being at the seaside. You can imagine this being a grand Victorian promenade with all the Victorian ladies in their big dresses, the little parasols wandering up and down on a sunny day. Do a little bit of exercise and then go home again. This area of London that we're coming into now is all new to me. I mean, some of it, you can see, is still being built on the right there. So it's new to anyone. But this is the area around Battersea Power Station, which for years I used to get the train into London. And you'd see the whole area around Battersea Power Station was just abandoned, empty and derelict. And they've relatively recently been turning it into somewhere, into a place. So they've been building apartments and leisure facilities and sprucing up the waterfront, so it'll be interesting to have a look. So what was once abandoned and unused, I mean, I think the power station, actually I was going to say the power station's still unused, though they've built a load of stuff on top of it. So it's coming back to life, to usefulness. Presumably where they brought coal into the power station, unloaded coal for the power station.
That's all the food they had.
Oh, here we go.
Where do we throw that big giant epic?
I don't know, where do we throw that? Yeah.
Easter movies.
Oh, I can see it. Yeah. What do we do? Roll or throw? What's the
Can you throw one ball?
It's like a massive diving board. I'm sure that's not what it is, but that's what it looks like. One of those cartoon Tom and Jerry massive diving boards. It looks like we've hit the end of the bit that's been developed so far. Ooh. There's a wiggly tower block over here, I'll show you in a second. Wiggly tower block. I'm all for design that's not take a box and divide it up. I think we want to be going in this direction because we want to be heading back towards the left, back towards the river. We're just trying to find our way back to towards the river, which I think is in that direction. So we will go left round here and head that way and see if that gets us a bit closer to the river. Found the water again. It's a rather funky boat with a spiral slide around the outside of us. Is that a real tree trunk or is that an artistic tree trunk? I'm guessing that's an artistic tree trunk. The building looks like it's got fabric stretched over the outside of it, but that's because I think it has. Sun shading because of all the glass. I assume this is something train related. It looks like a sort of train water tank. For sure.
Oh no, but it's supposed to work on. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah.
We want to be over there somewhere, but the footpath there is closed, so I think we have to go around this building, which is MI5, I think. We've got two signs here. One says Thames Path temporary diversion to the left, and the other one says Thames Path closed, please follow diversion, and go straight on. So, okay, Thames Path would have gone down here through more building site. And I think that where that building site is, that used to be a slipway that the London Duck Tours went down, which is submersible buses, so they drive on the road and then they just drive into the river and become a boat. So I guess the path used to go down there back to the river, but it's Thames Tideway building site now. I'm going to assume this sign here has got itself turned around and that the Thames Path does not go in that direction, that it comes back down to the river here. We would have come up along the front here, but someone's put a building site in the way. I see the London Eye. Oh, I see lots of London landmarks. I see the London Eye and Houses of Parliament. Just looking at this building, thinking that looks like a fire station. And I think I might be right, given that directly opposite it we have the Lambeth River fire station. Q jokes about rivers catching on fire and things like that, but presumably they have boats they can get up and down the river at speed and then pump river water up to land appliances, or just pump river water straight onto fires on the bank. This would be a boat's crashed through the front of this building here from the inside.
When I saw a picture of it, I think.
Crumb Bucket's Mechanical Dragon. Musical engine of distinction.
No, just like.
These hearts on this wall carry on actually further than I can see down there, probably right the way down to the next bridge. You don't see many narrowboats on the Thames, but you can do the bit we're walking here from one end of the canal down the Thames back to Limehouse. You can do that in a narrowboat. I think it's usually advised to have a pilot, and you have to check your tide timings very carefully so that the tide doesn't outstrip the speed your boat can do and you end up going backwards, but it is possible. So the newly restored Elizabeth Tower houses the Parliament. most commonly and incorrectly called Big Ben. Big Ben is the bell. We had this when I passed the cobble cutout on the narrowboat way back. It's undergone a massive refurbishment and not been chiming at all except for New Year's for years, and this is the first time we've come back past and seen it newly refurbished. It's looking very shiny and very all the gold bits at the top looking nice and shiny.
A little bit of line. Let's play with this one.
So this wall has previously been a different memorial. CJD, it's going back a while. It's dark and smelly in here.
I cannot see a thing.
Now we hit the proper touristy bits of London. This is County Hall, so in here you've got a McDonald's and an arcade and Sea Life Centre, steak bar. Used to be London Dungeons here, they moved that. London Eye experiences in there. I don't know if there's actually any of the original sort of County Hall offices in there. I think it's all other stuff there.
So if we don't come back to those big trains and them. Those big trains and them.
Oh, I was wrong, there is still a London Dungeon experience here.
Later on the day, what
This is the sort of place where you get the living statues. Oh, I can't see any. Oh, here's one. This is the sort of place where you get these living statues You either get the levitating Yoda where everyone knows how it's done. This one's actually one I haven't seen before, which is quite impressive, quite something. Ooh, the book fair's on. This used to be South Bank TV Studios, owned by ITV, but we've been here a number of times. I've been here a number of times for various things. See various things filmed, including QI and a couple of pilots that never got commissioned, but it's closed now, so I'm not sure quite what it's going to be. Probably flats. Most things that get closed get turned into flats. Either that or offices. Yeah. When we come through sort of popular London, we start getting back to these weird little old pier things that are no longer in use, but presumably would have been for something. You're not allowed on them. I can never remember if this is the same OXO as the stock cubes, but I assume either it was, but isn't, or it just isn't. So I'll put an explanatory thing on. Need to go find out. This is Blackfriars Bridge, which looks like it's another look what we can do with metalwork bridge. Lattice work, and there's a name for those floral bits that you stick on things, but I can't remember what it is. And then you've got modern things like this sort of squished looking building up here.
I never told you, but you guys were waiting there for like 6 years, right?
You go under Blackfriars Bridge. You've then got pillars where an old bridge used to be. And then next to that, you've got Blackfriars Station, which is a station that spans both sides of the River Thames, which is kind of cool. So, Blackfriars Bridge, old Blackfriars Bridge, Blackfriars Bridge Station. And some slightly damp stairs. Anyone remembers old Thames TV? It's a familiar sight.
I like to do it.
That's like make a whole
Jump scare.
Well, I think this is where we are going to end our walk for today. At the Tate Modern at the Millennium Bridge. There will be one more main instalment of the video where we will walk from here back to Limehouse Basin, where we started oh so long ago. And then we might do one extra walking up the Hertford Union Canal. Just do a little loop around there, and that will complete our London Canal Loop series, and we will then see where we go from there. So thank you very much for joining us. We're going to go have a lovely rest of our bank holiday afternoon. I hope you do too. Good afternoon and welcome back to the ninth and final part of our London Canal Loop walk. We're back here at the Millennium Bridge just outside the Tate Modern where we left off last time. We're going to carry on this way along the river and get to Limehouse, which shouldn't take us all that much time now. Once we get there we have completed our 70-kilometre loop.
No, but somebody comes, one of them did a cover. The steps do a cover. Sorry. You've been in? Hey, modern. That's what I meant, boat theatre. You've been in? Yes, you have.
Straight away we've got Shakespeare's Globe Theatre, or at least a reconstruction of.
Yeah. And then the body burned down.
Oh, did it burn down?
Yeah.
They tried to...
Isn't that during the Great War?
I think this is Cannon Street Railway Bridge going into Cannon Street Station over there.
And they don't have like a barrier or anything.
World of Wine tour. I like wine that much, it might be interesting. There's a mural hidden behind there. And suddenly everything gets a little bit warehousey. Old lift for lifting things up to different floors of the building.
No, we haven't joined.
Nice bit of ruins. Sort of interior little garden. Quite impressive. No idea what the costumes there are about, but
No.
maybe just for the sake of raising a bit more money. Is this a centurion or? Not sure which direction you meant to look at it from. That one's quite good. Down here is the London Bridge experience, so this is London Bridge, which we're going to go up and over the far side. It's playing London Bridge is falling down under London Bridge. That's disconcerting. Now I know there are stairs up this side of London Bridge, I've just got to find them. Fresh smelling, not. This is London Bridge Station with the Shard towering above it, which we'll see again. There you go, we just went under here. It was just down there. This time we actually are crossing the river. I can see over here that there is a walkway along this side of the river, but it starts getting all a bit bitty. So we're going to cross over to the far side and continue our journey down the far side of the river. Partly because the footpath sticks a bit close to the river, and partly because Limehouse is on that side, so we do need to cross over at some point. And I think I've depleted my power supplies for zipping across the river magically, so I'm going to go across London Bridge. London Bridge, of course, not to be confused with Tower Bridge, which is that one over there. London Bridge is just a normal, boring road bridge.
I've had enough.
This building in the middle here, this one, affectionately called the Walkie-Talkie, I believe has been known to set light to cars because of the concave shape of that glass frontage. It focused some sunlight onto the street below, singed some cars and some shop fronts. I'll link to the Wikipedia article on it in the description. Moody view of the Shard. And then we're going to go down these steps here back onto the riverside.
Ooh, it hurts. Oh, this is not walking.
Back onto the Thames path.
내가 지금 가? 타워브리지 찍으려면 여기서 찍어야 될걸? 밑에서 많이 찍혀.
Ooh. Down here, there's a little access way, a footpath that goes, I do not know where, just down into the water. Straight down into the river. How strange.
jakby wiesz.
Oh yeah.
Bet viņš mācās stāsts. Viņš tā kā gribēja kaut ko.
I don't think that's official art. I think that's essentially graffiti, but that's nice graffiti. Anyone want a giant Kindrag? You get a boat inside one of those, inside a massive Kindrag.
To get the train to go.
You get some callbacks to London being a major trading hub here. We've got Custom House here where customs would be charged with, customs for goods coming in would be. And then we've got this walkway that goes to Sugar Quay, all these things that would be brought in by the river in the past. I think HMRC, HM Revenue, Revenue Customs is still in this building to this day. Oh, this used to be closed last time I was here. This is nice. Then opposite, you've got HMS Belfast, a decommissioned warship that's now parked up here, now moored up here permanently as a museum, and you can go and have a wander around, look at exhibits, and so on and so forth. Over there you've got the little sort of egg-shaped building. I think that's the mayor's office. Lovely view of Tower Bridge. It does open, but not very often, because most boats can fit under it. I think there are a few yacht clubs around here somewhere that may require it to open occasionally, and if they were to move HMS Belfast, that would definitely need it to open, but most of the time it doesn't, and I think most of the motorists are pretty glad of that, because it would cause some quite large tailbacks if it had to be opened and closed. I don't imagine it's the fastest bridge in the world. found Tower of London. That's not the Tower of London, that's the Tower of London gift shop. It'd be a bit modern to be the Tower of London. There's the Tower of London. And that's just the entrance. More stairs straight down to the river. We like these in London.
So, are we...
I believe this was also a direct river entrance as well. Traitors could be brought in on the river right into the tower. It's all a bit fancy around here. Unlike Limehouse, I think this one only joins back onto the river. I don't think there's a canal that goes off from any other point of this marina, this dock. Lots of dock buildings here. Old working buildings, now probably offices or apartments. You can see the blue one over there has got winches to lift goods up to the different floors. Presumably from vehicles on this side, and then similar for boats on the other side. Aha. Thames Path. This way. Ooh, it smells like the sea. Raised drain there, it nearly fell over. I love central London's definition of a park. Tower Bridge Wharf. This park is managed by Tower Hamlets Council. What a lovely green and verdant park. Sorry, I'm showing my Surrey biases. I would be interested to look up what Butler's Wharf did, because they have an awful lot of building along that side of the river. So it must have been a huge company. And then this one over here is Butler's Wharf Limited as well. Some more art. These are some yachts that would probably have to ask Tower Bridge to raise if they wanted to go under, but we're on the correct side that they could get out to sea without having to. So only if they wanted to go inland, they'd have to go under Tower Bridge. There's a yacht underway over there. And that's where we were a minute ago. We went back out to the river. That was worthwhile. It was to walk along into the river a bit further.
Well, I think that's it. Yeah, I think.
It's like an old pumping station sort of building. The smell around here is decidedly fishy. See what we're going over. It looks like more water. It looks like there would have been away from that water out under here, but now it just it's some pipes and not much else. Memorial to the civilians of East London to carry around the corner. Second World War, 1939 to 45. Memorial to the civilians of East London, it repeats. Nice little gold detail in there. It always amuses me, these, where they've put this footpath in, but originally they just built walls between each different building's bit of wharf or dock space, and then decided maybe we should make it a footpath all along there to put ramps and stairs in. Strange little park. A little sort of sunken park. presumably used to be something else. Again, I think a lot of places in London did. And then in the City of London, a pub called Town of Ramsgate. Fair enough. I do like these bridges though. Well, these would have been wharf buildings at one point to move stuff from the Riverside Wharf across to the other one. Sort of a little bit of outside space for one of these apartments. Although there are some places, I don't know where it is, but I've seen one somewhere, where there's a bridge like that that's been turned into a swimming pool, which is kind of weird. We're going to sneak down the side of the pub here and see where this goes. I suspect this is another staircase straight down into the river. Yep. Another staircase straight into the river. To highlight all these stairs that go down to the river, you get little alleys with names like that, King Henry Stairs, which will just be steps down to the river, or in this case access to a Wapping Pier by the looks of it. Pelican Stairs, nope. Ooh, that's a chunky bridge. Ha 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 ha. River. I was thinking earlier that bits of this river, like here, if you ignore a couple of tower blocks, look positively Victorian. But if you pan too far over, suddenly hit the City of London and it's not very Victorian at all again. Prospect Wharf, 1988 now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm guessing. They've done a good job of making all the balconies look like old wharf loading areas, I think. Might get a little bit wet over going around this corner. It's a dangerous splash risk in this corner. Should we go the short route or the long route? I think we'll go the long route. Just out over here for no particular reason. Apart from it smells of the seaside and sounds like a pier. Shadwell Basin. This is that massive bridge we saw. It looks like it's a up there is a great big counterweight for lifting, for the bridge to be a lifting bridge. So it would lift along this line here. Just gonna have a look over here. We have Shadwell Basin. There's no curb there, which looks to be part of the water sports area. Some slalom gates and such. Looks surprisingly empty, but if it's all used for the water sports, then I suppose that sort of makes sense. Well, water sports and a swan's nest over there. Oh, more tideway. Found King Edward Memorial Park. Which is full of flies. And then we've got a rotunda thing here that I have no idea what it is. and more Thames Tideway. It'll focus through the window, which it won't. Ah, okay, that explains what this is. Rotherhithe Tunnel Shaft 3, so it's a ventilation shaft for a road tunnel below. Ooh. I'm guessing they've decided that this isn't safe anymore.
Who's been at the pub since 4? Into Keithy's flat when he's sober.
Oh, there's a little maintained dock here. Maintained at a set level somehow. Not sure how you'd get any into or out of it though. That's strange. Mind you, from here we do get a lovely view of pretty much where all the money in London is. It's just bank office, bank head office over there. We're now surprisingly close to being back at Limehouse. I think between those two buildings up there with white ground floors, I think that's the entrance back into Limehouse again. So we're definitely not going around that corner over towards the city. We're not going that far, so just up here. We're coming back around to completing this loop. He's got a slightly bigger motor than the Rib, but it's also a slightly bigger boat. Looks like we're in someone's back garden up here. Apparently dogs must be kept on a lead, which looks stupid when the path goes nowhere, but I think when the tide is out, this does actually go down to a foreshore, so that makes a bit more sense.
Hey?
Are they meant to be?
I think to a degree, yeah. More so.
Oh, path goes down there. It looks like we don't. And with this rotating bridge, by the looks of it, oh yes, this rotating bridge, we're back to the entrance to Limehouse again. So the bridge rotates round into that spare patch of land over there, I think. We've even got funky curved log gates as well, rather than standard flat ones. Up this way, as we said back in the very first episode, you have the Limehouse Cut, which is another little bit of canal. It goes up here, turns into a differently named canal, but I can't remember the name of it right now, but goes up past the Olympic Park that was constructed for London 2012, and then comes back down the Hertford Union Canal and joins into the Regent's Canal that we first started walking up. So what we may do is we may do that as a little bonus video, as a little extra on the end. We're going to have a walk past the London Olympic Park. And here we are, complete circle, right back to the beginning. Thank you very much for joining us on this walk. If you haven't seen the whole lot, there'll be a playlist linked right here, so you can go back and watch the whole lot. And no doubt we will continue doing some other walks in the future and keep putting them here. So if you'd like to see any more, do subscribe. And we'll see where we go from here. Oh, it looks like a boat's about to come in the lock. Good afternoon, welcome back to this special extra for our London Canal Loop series. We started here at Limehouse, I think about a year ago. I'll check the exact date on that. Then not that long ago, we ended our loop back here at Limehouse, but we did say we may do a little extra bit heading down here, down the Limehouse Cut, so we're back to do that today. We're going to go along here, along the Limehouse Cut, which then joins onto the River Lee navigations, and then from there we will turn onto the Hertford Union Canal, and that then joins back into the Regent's Canal at a junction that we saw way back in part 1 of this series. So we're going to do that little extra loop today. Along the way, not sure exactly how far up, but a little way up here, we will pass the London 2012 Olympic Park, which is now various municipal facilities, and also the stadium there became West Ham's permanent home, their football ground. So might go have a little look at some of that as well. In the middle of a little bit of a drought in the UK at the moment. We had a good few weeks of very hot weather and not much rain, and the weed on the canal seems to be really enjoying the extra sunlight, giving it a lot of extra food. It's been flourishing well, so much so it's created what looks like a solid carpet. It does look like you could stand on there, but you really can't. It wouldn't hold any more weight than any of the rubbish that's floating around on it.
love it, Harry.
It's a bank holiday weekend as we're filming this, and it seems to be the weekend for renting canoes. On our walk down to our starting point, we saw a good number of canoes going up and down the Regent. We feel a very long way above the water here. We're at the roof level of standard narrowboats. The Regents, you're much closer to the water level. But then I guess as soon as we left Limehouse, the Regent's car went up through a number of locks straight away, whereas this hasn't gone through any yet. On maps it looks like on that side of the river there's a footpath, and there sort of is, but it's all access to properties, and they'd probably much rather, for walking, use this side. There's another thing here that we saw back in episode 1 of the London Canal Loop series, was the Viking boat, and now it's up here, and looks like its owner is in today because the back door's open. There's another little outcrop similar to the one we saw earlier, except this time it leads you onto a pontoon footpath under the bridge. Bouncy footpath. Ooh, there's a mallard. There's a mural of a mallard on the building up there. Then the weed heals up behind them as if they'd never been there. This footpath's extraordinarily bouncy when you're standing still. So here's boat locks. Be careful how you say that. And up here is the River Lee, which presumably leads down to the Thames at some point. Two sets of gates at either end. I think I've worked out why there's two sets of gates here. You've got, at that end, you've got two sets of gates pointing opposite directions, so one's open outwards, one's open inwards. And then down here, you've got the same again. You've got a diamond, hexagon. You've got one set of gates that open outwards, one set of gates that open inwards, because I guess the river can change level. That's probably owned by one waterways management company. And the canal can change level, and that's probably owned by a different waterways management company. So depending on which end of the lock is higher than the other, you need to use a different set of gates, because the gates always need to open towards the higher water level, so that then the weight of the water keeps them closed when you take the lock down. So for a little while here we walk on this little sort of spit with the river on one side and the canal on the other. And then up there on the bridge there seems to be a load of spurious waterways markers that are there for decoration rather than the meaning, I think. We saw that yellow cross, the yellow saltire, in wherever we saw the head of the river race, whichever part that was in. We found out what that yellow saltire means. It's just a special mark that basically means look at your navigation map to find out what it means. it's an underground train.
I don't want to get involved, but if there's audio there. Are you doing the live app by any chance?
No. Okay, no lock, just a basin with some. These are the geese I misidentified previously. These are Egyptian geese. And the customary swan.
Just leave me, Daddy, go on.
Don't you struggle with the trolley? Men, eh?
Old footbridge over there. Not quite sure where we go now. I guess over here somewhere. Seems the psychopath goes this way. Oh yeah. Ooh, lots of signets. Here's one of the parents getting a bit of peace and quiet at the back. Fancy new flats going in. This really does look like this car park went in and just cut off the footpath there, go straight into the wall. There's a strange little bit of facade. Can I see it on the camera? Turn the brightness down to save battery. It's a weird little bit of facade here. Just the front of a building, I think I'm pointing at it. With nothing behind it, just a framework. Is that a bit of building they've had to save? Or was it a bit of building they built to show what this building here would look like? How strange. The river wall will be lowered here to make a 350 metre long west-facing riverside path with moorings for visiting boats. Oh, how nice. Oh, it's not 3 Mills Island, it's Sugar House Island. Tight bend coming up. Sound horn before turning right after tunnel. There's a penguin over there. Some lights lighting up the weed. There's the right turn under the tunnel. I'm not sure where it goes. Different bit of canal potentially. Let's have a look at a map. Appears to be, it's hard to tell what of it is art and what of it is rubbish that people have thrown at the art, but I think street art's meant to be a bit like that. Right, well, we've got a canal that carries on straight up that way. We've got a canal that goes off that way. So I'm going to have a look at a map and work out where we want to be. Back in a sec. So this one seems to be... That's the Pudding Mill River. Pudding Mill River. I hadn't planned this far ahead for there to be branches. Okay, so I've had a look on the map. That is Pudding Mill River, or City Mill River, or Waterworks River. If you go up there, you go round the far side of the London 2012 Olympic site, which is over here. There's the stadium just there, and the ArcelorMittal Orbital here, which is sort of a sculpture slash slide slash, not really sure. So there's various other bits of waterways that used to run through here, and presumably power various mills and things that used to be on this land here that were then ceased to be of use a long time ago. But we're going to carry on straight up here rather than diverting off round those. We're going to carry on along the main bit of the river and come up this side of the stadium. Just spotted another boat that we saw previously, this one Luna, with the Henry Hoovers on the top with plants in them. Or actually one of them there is a Henry Hoover with a glitter ball in it, which is kind of cool. So yeah, we saw this one previously, but I can't remember which part. Ooh, we've got some signs. What have we got? Oh, the Capital Ring again. The Capital Ring, if we were to do it, would be... The Capital Ring would be a relatively short series. Probably a bit longer than this one, so who knows how many years that would take us. If we were to do the London Loop, the London Outer Orbital Path, that one would take forever. That is a long, long walk. Oh, lovely. The London outfall sewer. That is one large sewer. Or 4 separate sewers. Ah, lock. I think this might be where that river we saw go off earlier. I think this might be where that rejoins again. But I'll have to check the map again to be certain. I think that might be the stadium just there. So we might go for a bit of a walk down there, see what we can see that way, and then come back here. It's the only reason Kerry's come on this walk is to have a look at the football stadium. There you go, Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park. There are actually gates in from the towpath here, so I wonder if they're open on match days. Coming along the towpath, moor up your boat and just go and watch the game. we've decided we're going to do a little loop around the stadium. This is one of those rivers, if we'd gone off earlier we would have come around here, but we can do a little loop around the stadium and then loop back to where we were and carrying up the river. Ooh, access into the stadium. So this, as the signs say, is Carpenter's Road lock that looks to have guillotine gates, which is funky. That takes you out into the Waterworks River over a really cool reflective bridge. See the water reflected in it. And this way is the City Mill River that we saw the other end of earlier. And the climbing wall. Yeah, a ArcelorMittal orbital here. Garnered a bit of controversy when it was built, as most art does. It's not the prettiest of things. It probably looked a little bit nicer when it was a bit more recently painted, but as far as I know, you can basically take a lift up the middle to a viewing platform up there, and then that sort of grey mesh covered spiral on the way down is a giant spiral slide, and you slide back down again. Not the red bit over the top, that would be a bit much. Oh, actually, I think I might be wrong. The main bit up here is the lift shaft, and that might be stairs up, and then it could be, can you just about see down here, I'll see if I can draw a line down it on the video, there's a small silver pipe that winds around the right hand side there. I think that's more likely to be the slide actually. I think it has, yes, you can just about see, if I zoom in on a bit of it, you can just about see it has a clear top, so you can see out when you're going down there, and a metallic base, and there's someone abseiling down there as well.
Well, like I said, I am, yes, so I am exactly opposite on the other side of the water.
We'll see, look now, this is the sort of difference between Kerry and I. Kerry's interested in the stuff that goes on in the stadium. I'm interested in these here, which I'm pretty sure are the artificial sunlights that they use. Yes, they are. These are the artificial sunlights that they use to grow the turf. I can't make it focus through there. And you can actually see the pitch just up there. Can I make it focus? There we go. It's the pitch up there. Oh, we've got the Stadium Store and Cafe down here.
They put that down. Liverpool.
Yeah, no.
Right, now we need to get back to a river. We've done a football bit. So we're heading back to where we were because of the siren going off still. Yeah, back to where we were a little while ago. I've seen a few of these, the converted lifeboat boats, but I've not seen one quite that converted to put a dormer window in the side of it. 50-person capacity. You wouldn't want 50 persons in a boat that size, but if that's your only option and the other option is drowning, then I think you'd go with it. stadium now in the bit in the distance with the slide behind it.
머리 잡고 하나 올라왔어.
Yes, we want to be down there, but we're going to have to go up over a bridge to get there.
Fucking be setting up dancing, man.
We can choose a different way, but this will be next week.
This is a permanent thing over here, or a temporary thing. Oh, you can you can buy things from the canalwood side of the boat, because of course you can. Some massive holes in the top of that building. Strange. Paddleboarding. There is a serious amount of lock gate overflow going on up here. And it's even flowing around the usual channels as well. The sound of that is quite impressive, and it smells like a water park. Yeah, the water level is a bit very high up here. It's just lapping over the edge of this stone that's dropped a little. And it's even flowing over the gate at this end of the lock. So my hope is that this doesn't mean that someone's left the paddles open at that lock up there and is just draining the canal very quickly through this lock. Because even when they drain this lock, the water's still going to be flowing in at quite a speed over the top of these gates. So that's going to be fun for them. Interesting idea, floating down the river on the massive pink flamingo. There doesn't seem to be a large flow of water here because these gates aren't being held shut. They don't look to have been left open either. No idea. It looks fine, just a bit of a leaky gate up there, which is pretty normal. It looks and sounds like there's some sort of festival going on over here. We can hear the thrumming bass of some music and maybe what sounds like a fun fair. And then there's a filming drone that's been flying around, presumably filming for them. And behind us, back up here, are some chaps on the far side of the river with a sound meter, making sure that they don't exceed their allotted volume and annoy the neighbours. And this, I'm also certain it's a festival because I tried to look at what it was on my phone and couldn't get a signal. So I'll have to look that up afterwards and put it on screen now. Angular houses. The canal is not being lovely and calm and sedate and quiet around here today. It's very loud and noisy. no wharf moorings. Mooring agreement holders only. Now, the fact there's a boat up there going sideways across this canal can only mean one thing, that is the Regent's Canal. Pretty sure it was the Regent's Canal. And that we're nearly at the end of this little extra loop. Kerry just did a little celebratory gesture next to me. It's been about, what did we reckon, about 11-12 kilometres this?
Yeah.
It's been a long afternoon, but it's been nice. Regent Lake Banqueting Hall. Very nice. A kayak slung under the balcony there. So on our first part we saw some people here getting into canoes on the river, I think, from up on that bridge. Here we are, back in the Regent's Canal. Just come up there. So, thank you for watching. I'm not sure exactly what we'll be doing next. The Slow TV videos will probably continue. We'll see where we go from here on slightly more chatty videos like these, but thank you for watching. If you feel like subscribing, please subscribe. Put a comment below if you've got any suggestions on things we can do next.